And YouTube says we're live, so why don't we trust that and say hello everybody. I hope you're having a great Friday and welcome to day 21 of NaNoWriMo 2025, for me at least. Yeah, I need to move this over here so there's a little bit better lighting on my book that we're writing in. And then just press this one and I go here. I need to put in our little chat message. So there we go. It goes there. See if it comes up on the screen. It doesn't. Because why should it? Oh no, oh my god, I actually forgot to update the today's goal. Because I don't know why I forgot it. But I was actually just sitting the last couple of minutes, not really doing anything, you know, just preparing. So 35,000 is today's goal, which we of course already have managed to do, because we are 3 days ahead of schedule now, again. I know, it's crazy. And so today is day 21. Can you believe there's only 10 days left of this challenge? 10 days, I know. 35,000. There we are. That should work. That should be true. Okay. Right, why don't we just get to it? Hey, Sarah Knoll is here. Welcome, Sarah. Welcome to the stream. And the chat, only 10 days. Wow, yeah, wow, indeed. Yesterday we had a great day, and I hope, but I don't quite believe that it will continue into today. But let's see. We managed to end up ahead of our usual pace. Even though I spent so much time just talking in the beginning, and despite my my food break, of course, of 15 minutes, we ended up doing over 2,000 words, which is, you know, a little time since that has happened. A couple of days since we chilled out. Actually, I can see right now that it was day 12. Day 12 was the last day where we wrote 2,000 words. We're probably not going to do that again. I mean, one can hope, but let's see. Why don't we just get started with a little reading? Vespa has woken up in Chapter Bragi and Peter's quarters. And they are just discussing what happened out in the courtyard where Vespa almost got killed by a horse. Panicking horse. It turns out someone has stuck a knife into the horse's behind. And now apparently Riptide, Sire Brendan's horse, has died. If you recall the previous chapter 8, there was something wrong with him. So yeah, let's read a little bit from where we were. Let's just read here from day 23 marker. Vespa wasn't quite sure if you bought any of that. They just tried to, Peter and Bragi just tried to console her because she was scared when that horse was about to trample her and she couldn't move, and she didn't like that. Vespa wasn't sure if she bought any of that, though she had of course shielded herself just in time. But she couldn't help but think that heroes like Cyanil and Paladins wouldn't have been scared frozen in place. But what about Riptide? Vespa asked, trying to change the subject away from herself. Is he going to be alright? Yes, did you hear anything? Chapter Bragi, Chapter Peter joined. Chavita Bragi shifted his large body and got an even more serious look on his plump, clean-shaven face. Yes, I heard that. I heard the high from the high Chavita. I heard from the high Chavita. From the high Chavita. Oops. That he paused. He paused. That Sire Brendan's riptide did not make it through the night, or whatever time span has happened. Both Chavita Peter and Vespa looked quite shocked, with Lemon giving a tweet as if asking what had happened. Riptide had been his always feisty self. That's a bit of a weird sentence, except for towards a select few people, Sire Brendan and Vespa included, just the day before. And given how he was the prized warhorse and stallion of Black River's keep, Riptide was always given the best care by the stable workers. They didn't have to say anything before Chavita Bragi continued. Apparently, they never could get him back up. Do they know what caused it? Chavita Peter asked. No, apparently it was... Oh, he just said apparently twice there. Apparently. Apparently, it was like a sleep that it couldn't wake up from. Vespa didn't like when the adults called animals for it, when Riptide or Lemon were a he. She felt quite sad about not being able to sneak Riptide and Apple from Sister Miriam's kitchens anymore. But she also felt angry that Sire Brendan would do this to his own horse. It had to have been him. The high Chavita said it is an ill omen, Chavita Bragi continued. Well, not the ill omen, I presume, Chavita Peter asked with much doubt. The ill omen is said to be a man, a servant of Jehela itself. No, Chavita Bragi. Agreed. And we're off. Agreed. Chavita Bragi agreed. No, of course not the omen. Of course not the omen. The ill omen is, of course, the doomsday prophecy of the teachings of the Five Pillars religion. I talk a little bit about, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but it is discussed more in detail in my short story Danger. But I do agree. I do agree that it doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well. Yes. To agree. Dot. If only the high Chavita. If only the high Chavita would allow us to use the blessed water. Oops. On our animals as well. then actually, so just as I was reading that that last part, Chavita Peter. That's it. You wondered, but anyway, I don't know if I should say the title every time. Repeat. I mean, it was quite hard. Just this little page that we just read. It was fairly hard to read. With all the chapters going on. Then Riptide, then Riptide would still be trotting among us, would still be trotting among us. Vespa looked up to Lemon on her head. And reached for him with a finger. And reached. For him with a finger. To which Lemon happily responded. To which Lemon happily responded by nibbling and chirping. Nibbling and chirping. At it. I mean, it's the finger, but does that make it a whole lot of sense? I'm not sure. It's alright. She didn't say anything, though. This is of course because Lemon was healed by Affair. There's a G in chirping. Yeah, just there. And then okay, so this, of course, this chapter we are going to need we're going to need to go over that Riptide was possibly poisoned, right? I mean, that's we've sort of established. But now I want to go over some of the ingredients that was used. And I feel like I don't know. I feel like I want the ingredients to be used as like it should just most of it should just be one flower with poison flower. So what if we have chapters Bragi and Peter talk about like Bragi had just come back from the stores, from the storage, and he saw that flower missing. And if he sort of can connect the dots, but I don't know if I want Vespa to say anything about that yet. Of course, she thinks it's the wrong. She thinks it's so Brendan, who it is not. But let's just have. Oh, I was almost forgot to move that scene. Let's just say it's Bragi saying something. And to make matters worse. Okay, these last two ink cartridges, they have really been dumping out ink. I feel like this ink cartridge is probably not going to last 15 pages either, just like the last one didn't, just because they spent so much more ink. And to make matters worse, chapter Bragi leaned in and lowered his voice. I just got back oops, from our storage. Our herb storage? That sounds weird. Let's go and check monastery medicine storage. Following. Monastery Gardens, the apothecary, a dedicated room for preparing and storing medicine. Oh, we could go with an apothecary. Yeah, let's go with that. That sounds cool. Let's say ours, say the apothecary. Apothecary. And okay, so we need a name for a poison flower. Let's just add some both. Servitor, Peter, and Jesper and Lemon. Lean in to hear what he said. What he had to say. We're missing we're missing something. We're missing we seem to be missing most of our okay, so a name for a poisonous flower. We had Fire Bloom for the flower in Danger and Fly that dragons cultivated, which could snap and light a fire. I think we call it Fire Bloom. Yeah. And then let's go poisonous flowers. So I'm thinking something that looks a bit like that. Be kind of cool. Oh, it could look like that, and then it could be like a bell something. That's better, I think. What's that called? The thing that like it's a little hat you use on top of candles to turn them off. Candle hat. No, not like that. Candle hat to extinguish. If I could just, yes, exactly. Candle snuffer. I'm not super happy with that. Candle snuffer. A candle snuffer, a doubter. Okay, what does doubter mean? I like that name. A doubter. It's not exactly what I had hoped. Is this even in Danish now? Okay. So if we had a flower like this, I do like the bell though. And what if they were like deep purple? It could be like Twilight Bell. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna use. Most of our how on earth do you say that? You know when you've had a flower and you're like pressed it, is it just pressed? Pressed flowers? Dried? Dried. Let's go with pressed. Pressed. Are flowers capitalized? Flowers capitalized. No, they are not. Okay. Most of our Twilight Bells. That's only with one. I think so. It's only with one L. Yes, Twilight. Twilight. Bells are missing. Chapter Peter shifted with great concern. We are not just let's go with name. Could also be Dusk Bells. Name TBD Dusk Bell. Dusk Bell is a pretty cool name as well, actually. This is an E, everyone can see that. That did not make it better. Damn it. We are not just running low. He asked. Yes. He asked. Okay, I have a Coca-Cola here that is from Japan. I've never been to Japan, but they had it at a local supermarket, which I thought was fun. Just a little side note, and I figured I just wanted to open and taste it. Because apparently this one is with syrup, corn syrup at that, which I've heard it's what they use in the US and it's supposed to suck. Yes. So let's have a taste test, you know. I'm not just a writer, I'm also now a taste tester. Cheers. It's alright. I thought it would be worse, actually. But Thomas, why did you buy it if you thought it would be bad? Well, you know, I had to try it. It's definitely not as good as with actual sugar. but it's alright. I probably wouldn't travel to Japan for it though. Just putting that out there. But it is Friday, of course, so cheers. Hope you guys are gonna have a great weekend. With plenty of writing done. Oh, I forgot to... I was literally sitting for 5 minutes, not really doing anything. Yeah, cheers, Sarah. And I still managed to forget a bunch of stuff. So here's our 0031 Japan Cola. I mean, it tastes fine. It's sweeter in a little bit different way, but it's not terrible or anything. I don't remember the last patient. Remember the last patient that needed them. Do you? Chapter Bragi, okay, I definitely think that we're just going to like ease up in the final version on the use of chapter titles in this particular chapter, not chapita, this particular chapter. Countered. His mine. His look. Countenance. His expression. His expression hard. I'm just gonna say Peter here because why not? Peter bit his lip and leaned back. His lapis eyes. There's no reason why lapis there should be capitalized. His lapis eyes, something. Looking at nothing. Looking at nothing. As he went into deep thought. That sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? Hey, look at how close we are to finishing page 107. Sweet. Looking at nothing as he descended into deep thought. That sounds very dramatic. You know, I'm just gonna write it. Descended into deep thoughts. Deep thought. Dramatic. It was quiet. Quiet in the room for a couple of moments. For a couple of moments. With only the crackles of the fireplace heard. And lemons chirping, and lemons unrelenting chirping. So I guess it wasn't totally silent in the room. If you have if anyone has ever had a bird, you know, things are never really quiet. There's an N in unrelenting as well. Unrelenting chirping. Bouncing off the walls. That's a weird academical way of saying that. When the crackles of the fireplace and lemons unrelenting chirping. To hear. I quite like that description actually. Unrelenting chirping. Was it? What is a twilight bell? Vesper asked, have not expecting an answer in return. Have not expecting an answer in return. In return. The two chapters looked at each other. The two chapters looked at each other. with Peter giving Bragi a nod. Giving Bragi a nod. Not in the end. Twilight bells are a flower. Are a flower grown and pressed far from here. Wait, will you look at that? Page 107 is done. We move on to page 108. 108. Yo. Flowers. Far from here. Did you notice that I said far from here instead of a country? Because that way I don't have to figure out a country right now. Or where it's from. And maybe I don't even have to figure out what the countries are called. The Blessed Kingdoms. He began to explain. Vesper could hardly believe. Vesper could hardly. Could hardly believe it. Vesper could hardly believe it. As the adults usually didn't divulge her. That's the word, right? Yes. In matters they were discussing. They are a beautiful, beautiful deep purple flower. That grows on the side of mountains. Grows on the sides. Mountains. with the shape of 10 bells. Where did we have that bell? This one. With clusters. Clusters of these purple flowers, these purple. Okay, this should probably be 2 different sentences, but what can you do? Also, purple is not spelled right. Purple. What? Looking like a bunch of petals. Okay, this is a terrible sentence. Flowers. Hanging down and looking like a hanging down from the stems, looking like a bunch of bells. Bunch of bells. Mm-hmm. They sound pretty. They sound pretty. Vespa commented. With Lemon chiming in. That's because they are. Bragi. Bragi added, reaffirmed, affirmed, confirmed, confirmed. I actually... So it would totally make sense for him to have like a floral book in one of these stacks. That is messing his side of the room. Messing it up. I actually... I actually think that I might have a picture of one here somewhere. Picture of one somewhere. So yeah, I'm aware actually. I was sort of aware today, and this is not for like now. It was just a thought that occurred to me. So this is of course supposed to be for like tween young adults, right? It's Vesper is 12. So, you know, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, something like that. Maybe 15. And I was suddenly very aware that is my language good enough? Is it easy enough to read for people of that age? And I don't know. I don't know if there's this discrepancy between the language that I use and the way that I write or how I write, right? Right. I don't know, it just sort of hit me that I have no idea whether or not. But I guess that's the thing, right? That's something you find out along the way. You have people read it. In this case, I should have. I have friends who are like teachers, and they can, I guess they might be able to find some beta readers of that age, getting feedback that way. But yeah, it was just a fun thing that what if the language I use is too adult language for that potential target group? But what if the way that I write is also a mismatch? It's just something that, yeah. I mean, I of course you can't dwell on things like that, but I mean, that would be kind of weird and suck quite a lot. Because I was thinking specifically in relation to this chapter, which is very much a actionless chapter, right? There's very much exposition, there's just talking. Not a lot of tension. And the next chapter as well is going to be the same. That's going to be down in the catacombs, where Vesper learns about Phaeans and spirit bounds and so on. And the battle, yes, history, Battle of the Dying Light, that could be kind of cool, but yeah, I don't know. It was just something I became suddenly very, very aware of. As well, it was a shower thought actually. It was actually a shower thought. He stood up and began walking around to all the different stacks of books, around to all the different stacks of books. Taking up most of his side of the room. Taking up most of the space. Most of the space. On his side of the room. Whoa, that was was a wild M. No. Not this one. He mumbled. And took a book from one stacker to another. Took a book took a dusty old book from one stack to another. Not this one either. Not looking for something about sword fighting. Or on squire training. Vesper was almost just about that. I don't know if that makes sense. Almost just about to say something. As she wouldn't have minded, as she wouldn't have minded. She wouldn't have minded to look at those books. To look at those books. She wouldn't mind to look at those books. Instead of a flower. But she decided to stay quiet. She decided to stay quiet. And wait. It took a good while. It took a good while. A good while longer before Chapitabragi could finally declare victory over his book stacks. Declare victory over his stacks of books. Books with... Oh my god, I didn't write books. With a triumphant triumphant, aha! 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 Mm-hmm. He bladdered. What's that in English? He whiffled. Bladder. Leafed through. Flicked through. Leafed. He. That's an H. He. I like that. He leafed. I like that word. He leafed through the pages. Oops. Of a small red leather bound tome. Is that too? I feel like a tome may be bigger. That's too big. Yeah, I feel like you need through something small, and then a tome that doesn't make quite a whole lot of sense. Yeah, well, whatever. A small leather-bound tome, small red leather-bound tome. As he slowly walked back to his seat, to his yacht. Here Twilight Bell. Bragi announced. Flicking the page. And handing the book to Vespa. Flicking the page, boop, and heading to Vespa. Whoa, hello. Hello, microphone. What are you doing there? Both Vespa and Lemon who leaned out over her head. Looked intensely. At the book as they received it. That's a C, not a small, not a tiny L. And that's a V, not an R. That's an R, not a V. Damn it. Right. The book was opened to a middle page. To some of the middle pages. On the right one, a bunch of descriptions, a bunch of describing text, a bunch of describing text, and on the left a hand-drawn picture, and on the left a hand-drawn and colored, a hand-drawn and colored picture of an indeed beautiful flower. Resembling what the chapter had just described. Chapter had just described. I guess we could also here briefly mention. I quite like having some historical context of how things worked, right? For example, that's in a different book. For example, in which chapter was it? Chapter something. This chapter here. I don't remember, where Vespa is dressing Afaya into her plate armor. I need to be studying that a little bit, and then have the actual method of equipping plate armor happen in between the dialogue. I think that could be really cool. And then here we can tell one of the things that the monks did in monasteries, because chapters are kind of like the priests, but also kind of like monks, which monks are also in real history, which was to actually copy books, and it took a hell of a long time, but it's before book pressing. Is it called book pressing? Book printing? Yeah, printing. So you had actual human beings sitting there for a long time at a time, like me, and writing, copying stuff, and they would draw and make illuminated letters and all that. I think we can sort of allude to this by Vespa saying like it is indeed it is beautiful, and here's Bragi be like, oh, thank you, I did spend a long time on drawing these pictures. But yes, the flowers are beautiful. Exactly as he described. A long curved curved. Curved green stem. With similar long leaves. Similar long and narrow leaves. Shooting up from the ground, shooting up from the ground. At the end of the stem. Now I don't know if this is just too much. I mean, it's basically the same description twice, right, as we did up here. Or was it here? Oh, it was up here. Repeat description. Repeat description. At the end of the stem, which had curved so much because of the weight of the flowers, which had curved much back, I don't know, much back to the ground, because of the weight of the flowers. Now, of course, the description of this flower, the petals. The description, like, there is a reason why I'm going to describe this in detail. And that's, of course, that it is indeed this flower that has been used for poison. And I want Vespa to be able to recognize it later in the story, right? Once we're in, if we go with the hero's journey, once we're in the ordeal, then we're going to, or maybe in the approach to the inmost cave, like somewhere around here. And as you can see, we are here. No, we are up here. So we're a little way. We're a little away yet. But we wanted to recognize, oh, this is the what was used as poison. A cluster of bell-like flower petals. Bell-like flower petals. Hang in the deep purple colors. I think this here page could probably be rewritten, so like instead of him saying what they look like, she could be asking what do they look like, and then he could find the book, right? So we don't actually have the same description twice. Bell-like flower petals hanging in that deep purple coat, dress. Let's go with dress. Dresses. Tipped with white. Towards the bottom. Towards the bottom. From inside. From inside the bells. Three to four. Fine stilks. Is that a word? I don't think it is. Stilk. Stems, stalk, stingle. The stalks and the roses were all broken. Okay, now it's not what I'm looking for. Let's see, bellflower. It's one of those, right? In the middle. I don't know what that's called. That thing in the middle right there. Oh, sorry. Campanula. Bellflowers until it comes blah 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 blah. Campanula is Latin for little bell. Oh, that's cute. Description: the leaves alternate often. The flowers are produced in panicles. 5-lobed corollas. Is that what I'm looking for? Stamen, filaments. Oof, these are some very scientific terms. Fine. Can we describe our way out of it? Fine, long. Fine, long. Parts. Part. Components. Pieces. Component. Items, fragments, chunks. I'm gonna say long parts. Shut out each with their own, each with their own seeds. Bulbous seeds. Bulbous. That looks like it's wrong, misspelled. Bulbous. It is. Bulbasaur. I mean, bulbous seeds. Wow, they really are pretty. Wow. I just ate some ice cubes as well. I shouldn't have done that. It makes it difficult to talk. But look at how close we are to finishing page 108. Wow. Vesper said, admiring the drawing and running a couple of fingers over it and running a couple of fingers over it. They really are pretty. I don't think I've ever seen, don't think I have ever seen anything like them. Vesper didn't even have to understate. Vesper didn't even have to, not understate, overdrive, to exaggerate. I guess understate actually. To exaggerate, oh, that's with 2 G's. Given how little flora there were around Riverford, and Black River's Keep, where he spent most of her time. Black River's Keep, where she spent most of her time. Be right back. I just need to go to the bathroom real quick. Back. I have water in my ear again. What? I thought it was gone. No. Oh my god. Damn it. Let's finish this page, shall we? Thank you. Chapita Bragi. Chapita Bragi. Said with a sudden confident tone. Is that the right word to use? It is now confident. Confident tone. Word? Question mark? I did spend a lot of time drawing that and all the other flowers. There we are. There we go. That was the end of page 109. (108) and 109. And all the others as well. All the others as well. You drew this? Vesper didn't know why she was so surprised. Vesper didn't know why she was so surprised. Chavita Bragi spent most of his time. Chavita Bragi. Well, we just have a repeat of spend here. Repeat. Spend most of his time. Spent with a T though. It should be T. Most of his time in the scriptorium. The scriptorium. In temples? In the temple scriptorium. Copying books. So that's a little nod to what monks actually did in monasteries, right? That's kind of cool, I feel like. So how does Chapter Bragi respond here? Of course I did. Of course I did. Bragi responded. With a hint of feigned, with a hint of feigned how the hell do you say that? I feel like there's lots of words that I need to look up. Hint of insult, hint of slight. I feel like there's a better word for it. Insult. Offense. The hint, feigned offense. No offense. Who else? Chapter Peter. Peter responded to that insult. Responded to that insult. With a laugh. Oh, Haven. Dear God, no. Where's that? Let me just find the religion template and all the sayings. Right. Common sayings, here we have them. God bless you, heaven is life. God help us. Heaven strengthen our pillars. Heaven strengthen my pillars. Haven strength. Strengthen my pillars. Heaven strengthen my pillars, no. I won't. What would he much rather do? Much rather leave that to you or something? How the hell do you say that? I have no qualms leaving that to you. I have no qualms? Is that a... I don't even know if that's a word. Qualms, quarrels, qualms. Oh, it is. Wow. Good on me. I have no qualms. Leaving that to you. Vespa smiled. As she took another look. As she took another look. Another look at the book. Look at the book. This time on the description. Description of the Twilight Bells. It's poisonous. Very poisonous. It's poisonous. Poisonous. She asked. And I feel like I'm writing look all the time. Look. See. Attend, take care, wait, front, expect, faced. Glanced. Stared. Direct eyes towards. I don't know, she asked, and she asked with a curious face. It's a long time since I've written curious face. I think that used to be a crutch word for me as well. Very poisonous. Poisonous. Froggy answered. More specifically in the seed. More specifically the seeds. Specifically those seeds hanging in the bells. Those seeds. Now, of course, I need to probably look up some flower anatomy here. Flower anatomy. Ow. More specifically, those seeds hanging there from the bells. Then why do we have them? It's a great question, Vespa, if I should say so myself. Then why do we have them in the path? Why do we have them in the apothecary? Aren't they dangerous? Aren't they dangerous? That could totally stay on this line. That's also an R. This time it was Chapter Peter who answered. Who answered? How long is this chapter, by the way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. About 8 pages long now. I don't quite know. Of course, we're just going to write as much as we can, but I think this is definitely a chapter that probably needs a lot of grooming because it's not very actiony and it's a lot of talking. Maybe that's okay. I don't know. I don't know. It makes sense right now. We ground them up. Ground them up and mix them. And mix the seeds with boiling water. And other herbs? Do we need to name more herbs? Let's just say and other herbs. They don't matter So I don't know why I should mention them. But it's just, you know, to make the world feel a little more real, a little bigger with other herbs. Mention? And distill. That into sedation. Distill that in. Let's go potions. That's we use. For things like surgery. Things like surgery. Things like surgery too. I feel like, I don't know, sedate. To drug, to dope. Let's go with sedate, I guess. Sedate. To calm. To calm or make sure the patient sleeps. There is one problem here, and that is, does this make sense with in a world where you can heal with this blessed water and other stuff? I mean, if you would have to remove a leg or an arm or something, right? Then that would make sense. Makes sense. Healing. To calm down. We can also use a drop or two, a drop or to help someone fall asleep, to help someone fall asleep for the night. Used for things like surgery. The good news is that we're actually ahead of pace, just by a little bit, something like this. So that's good. It is going quite alright. I don't know if I ramble too much, if it goes on for too long. But Bragi wade in. Oops, wade. Use too much of it. And the receiver and the patient Nope. Let's just go with patient and the patient. Patient never wakes up again. ... Vespa didn't like the sound of that. Yeah, let's go with that. Vespa didn't like the sound. Oh, hey, that was the weird letter that we somehow made up earlier as well. Like one of the, I don't know, weeks ago. The TH letter. Sound of that. And you think Sire Brendan gave Riptide too much of that. Sire Brendan. Both chapters said simultaneously. Said simultaneous. That's not right. How the hell do you spell simultaneously? Simultaneously. Okay, I almost had it. simultaneously. First looking at each other and then back to Vespa, looking at each other and then back to Vespa. And then back to Vespa, not just to Vespa. Then back to Vespa. I don't quite know why, but I'm feeling a little... It's actually going really well, writing-wise, but I'm feeling... feeling a little weird, as if it's not going too well and I don't know what to write. But like I said, we are actually better than the pace. Cody is here. Welcome to the live stream, dudes. Hey man, can't stick around today, but wanted to pop in and wish you luck on the writing. Thank you so much, and just thank you for popping in and saying that. It means a lot. I hope your writing is going well. And I know that it is Friday, so... But the NaNoWriMo challenge never stops when you don't have a life. And then that's Vespa immediately realized what she said. And didn't know how to deflect, how to reflect, how to respond, but do we have another word for respond? How to react. Yeah, that's a good one. How to react. So instead she She just directed her gaze. Directed her stare at the book. And didn't say anything. For a second time. Oh, actually, I need to. I'll be right back. I just need to put a frozen pizza in the oven. Woo! Friday life. Well, actually, I needed to heat the oven, so when that's heating, that has heated up, I will need to put the pizza in. For a second time, the only sounds in the chapters oh my god. Why did the music go? Oh, I just can't hear it. Okay. I don't know if you guys could hear it. Chapters quarters were the fire and lemon. And lemons chirps. Chirps. Whoops. Pizza in the oven. I actually also need to go to the bathroom real quick, so be right back. Let's. All right. Let's sort of. Oh, I inked myself. Man, that's loud. So that's sort of going to be right on time with my food break, regular food break. So let's go. We got like 15 minutes. I don't know. I don't see why. I don't see why Sire Brendan should choose to poison his own horse, one that he adores so much, Chapter Bragi. Said moments later. Vespa did think he had a point. He had a point, but also didn't know who else it could be. Didn't know who else it could be. I guess this should be another paragraph, actually. Didn't know who else it could be. Or how it even was. I don't know if this sentence makes a whole lot of sense. Connected to what she saw. She saw and heard. In the dungeons deep below. Deep below. But somehow it had to be connected. But somehow it had to. Maybe just it had to. Somehow it had to. And yet she once again decided not to say anything. Not to say anything. Right. But I do find it odd. Bragi continued. That after what High Chapter Arvin. Chapter Arvin. Did we do that with a... That's with a I, I'm pretty sure. I think it is. Name. Described. High Chapter Arvin described as Riptide not being able to wake. We lack our Twilight Bells. Twilight Bells goes missing. So now we could actually have because now we could transition to where were we? Up here. To something about the sun of the evening, right? Because I've written here that High Chapter walks by and evades the question. So now that Bragi has said High Chapter's name, he could be like, yes, excuse me, is someone talking about me? Something like that. And then Vespa could ask about, like, it suddenly pops into her head, into her mind, right? And we could say it's something to do with the chapters blessing the sun of the evening when they anointed them. And he can just have a really small appearance. No, not Bragi, Arwen. That could be pretty good, I think. Did someone say my name? Hi Chapita. Hi Chapita. Arwin. Asked rhetorically. Rhetorically. Hey, and that was the end of page 109. Page 110. 110. Here we come. And look at how close we are today. 24. So that was... No, it's going to be 3 pages here, then it's going to be 4 pages here, and then 5 somewhere here on page 112. As he entered. Ask rhetorically as he entered. Entered the room. I hope it wasn't in manners broken. Like we have the broken pillar for something bad, right? That's the whole shtick with the teachings of the 5 pillars. We have life, prosperity, peace, life, feast and vigor. We have ruin, war, death, famine, pestilence. And you use the pillars for something good. Why not use the broken pillars for something bad? That could actually... In manners broken, and then with a big capitalized B. So that you know it's a broken pillars. I hope it wasn't in manners broken. He smiled. And studied everyone in the room. In the room with his gray blue gaze. How is our unlucky patient? He could say. How is our unfortunate patient? Do we have another word for unfortunate? Unfortunate. Ill-fated. Misfortune is pretty good as well. Let's ill-fated. Let's go with ill-fated. How fares our ill-fated patient? She seems to fare alright, just fine. She seems to fare just fine. Be right back. Just need to check on my frozen pizza. Wow, it was literally done there. Okay, so I'll take the break now, actually. Our food break. So we go here. Let's say I'll be back in a little over 15 minutes. And yeah, enjoy Danger Part 1.
Danger. Party Sachs never really liked humans. They were prejudiced, greedy, and he knew what atrocities they were capable of, even to their own kind. Indeed, he didn't know a single human's name, despite it being a handful of years since he settled so close to Ashencross. But they didn't like him either, nor did they know his name. At most, the townsfolk tolerated him, only acknowledging Party Sachs's presence when they needed healing for injuries that their precious teachings of the Five Pillars shouldn't know about. Or when he sold them fire blossoms, so they could easily start their ovens and furnaces. Still, though, no one had turned him in to the Templars yet. That he had to give to the humans. He rarely went into town for those reasons. It was only when he absolutely needed something, or to study the rituals at the large temple of the Five Pillars. Party Sachs found religion immensely fascinating. The followers of such dogmas seemed to share a strong bond, even if what was preached seemed rather illogical to a dragon. However, the massive explosion coming from Ashencross was something he simply could not ignore. It had been late in the afternoon when Party Sachs was watering the sweet-smelling deep orange fire blossoms, a little belated from his usual routine, and the sound of violent thunder had come crashing. As a curious Party Sachs turned his head, the shockwave followed. The force caught his webbed and leather-like wings, and moved him a surprising amount, leaving deep claw marks in the stamped ground as proof. Party Sachs's wings had gone unused for such a long time that the meeting with the shockwave actually left them a little sore where they joined his body, all the way from wrist to ankle. And finally, after Party Sachs had managed to gather himself ever so slightly, the rain and dirt came falling from what had been an otherwise clear summer's day. But what had truly brought astonishment and fear to the dragon's rosy amaranth eyes, enough to make his vertical slit pupils almost look like those of the humans he despised so much, was a large column of fire rushing to the skies. Something faint yellow and ghostly had been circling the otherwise perfectly vibrant orange fire, which gave Party Sachs a chill down his spine. And then there was the feeling, barely noticeable, but still one of dread, almost as if something had tugged on his very soul. He simply had to see for himself what had happened in the human town. Party Sachs pulled the hood of his dark fur cloak over his off-white horns, a feat that wasn't easy with their pointy ends. He also tried to hide as much as possible of his matte amber snout without obscuring his vision too much. It wasn't a long way to Ashencross from his cottage, so Party Sachs expected to arrive before the sun started to go down, and there was no need to scare potential travelers with his looks, or the townsfolk for that matter, hence the large hooded cloak, even if the weather didn't invite its use. It was dusk when Party Sachs made his way over the Grand River Bridge, decorated with beautifully ornamented large stone flowers, and into the rather small town of Ashencross. He had always found it strange how a town of this size would be home to such monuments as the Ashencross Bridge, or the Great Temple of the Five Pillars. Party Sachs had even heard rumors that the Grand Temple of Ashencross was larger than those in the humans' so-called capital cities. It was definitely the biggest in the kingdom of the Quillisfell, though still inferior to the blessed temple of Havenbring, if the same rumors were to be believed. The air is strange this evening, Party Sachs thought as he walked around the empty streets. There were no city walls or gates to go through to get into town. Instead, one simply walked over the bridge and the town was just there. It must be the town's small size. Yes, that's the most logical reason for the lack of city walls, Parthisax argued with himself. He had the same argument every time he visited Ashen Cross. It was the same feeling from earlier that turned the otherwise now slightly damp air strange and forced his mind away from the missing walls and oddly placed monuments of humankind. The feeling came and went as he moved further into the town towards the loud voices that told him his direction. It was the same dread feeling that he had felt back at his cottage, like a slight tugging on his soul, and it became stronger still the more he walked towards the human cries. As Parthisax turned the corner of the blacksmith he had sold so many fire blossoms to, he finally saw the devastation that the explosion had left on the small town of Ashencross. Looking over the temple square, he saw panicked townsfolk scrambling together to deal with the aftermath. There were groups of males, or men as humans preferred, something Parthisax still had a little trouble with, trying to find survivors in the collapsed wooden homes. So many houses looked as if they had been torn apart in a storm the likes of which no one had ever seen. Other groups of men were trying to extinguish flames on the houses that were still more or less standing. Parthisax noticed a group of older boys awkwardly moving to and from the middle of a small pond that he had never seen before in the now torn-up cobbled square. Then the boys picked up the pace, ran to the filled water buckets to the men by the flames, and back to the pond where they once again started their awkward movement. It took a few good seconds before Parthisax realized that there used to be a well where the pond now lived. And after a couple of more seconds, he noticed that the boys were actually sliding on frozen water. The boys tried desperately to move as fast as possible to a hastily carved hole before filling their buckets and going the other way once again. It didn't seem to matter though. When the ice-cold water doused the flames, it almost seemed to spur them on instead. The dragon walked carefully around the square in order to not interfere with the other humans raising the injured survivors to the temple. Parthisax didn't want to get in the way of those with the gruesome task to collect the dead, and the body parts scattered across the square itself either. The stench of death and burned wood was almost unbearable. He finally saw the big crater next to the massive temple of the 5 pillars as he got closer, or rather of the 3 pillars, as the explosion had laid waste to 2 of the great whitewashed stone columns of the normally pentagonal building, taking the corresponding wall and some of the roof down as well. Curious how none of their divine angels have come to aid, Parthisax thought before dismissing it. Now wasn't the time. Even more curious was what the explosion had revealed when it tore down the columns and walls of the mighty temple. Inside looked to be another large stone structure, this one fairly unharmed, with old walls in the shape of... is that petals? The more Parthisax studied the newfound architecture, the more the strangely shaped walls started to look like the water lilies that usually floated in abundance on the river right next to the temple. Many of those flowers, which were usually tended to by an old female of the temple, now laid across the temple square, either flat on the ground with their long roots in every direction, or in their newfound homes in the large puddles. Deep in his studious thoughts, Parthisax suddenly bumped into a human kneeling on the ground in front of him. "I am sorry." He had been around humans long enough to learn their tongue, albeit he still carried an accent from his own. No one answered. When the dragon looked down, the human was sitting on his knees, half buried in the ground, with arms completely still by its side. This human male wasn't even looking at Parthisax, but directly at the sky through wide-open, soulless eyes. With his mouth imitating the eyes, it was as if life had simply left him, leaving only a husk behind. And now, having noticed one, Parthisax saw many more lifeless humans sitting with their knees buried, spread out all over the square, not unlike the water lilies from the river, but much more macabre. And along with his realization came that dreaded feeling again. This time, it nearly knocked the air out of Parthisax's lungs, as the tug on his soul felt to last just a little bit longer than the other times. Feeling the cold ice on his clawed toes, Parthisax suddenly became aware that he had walked right into the middle of the temple square. He didn't like being this exposed in the human town, so he turned around to slip back into the shadows of the nearest house still upright. While doing his best to avoid hitting the kneeling corpses with his jagged and finned tail, he almost bumped into a female, or woman, crying her eyes out. I am so... My baby, my poor, sweet baby boy. The woman didn't seem to take much notice of the dragon, though Parthisax guessed that he could be mistaken for a very large male of their kind if she didn't give him a proper look. The crying woman was walking with all her focus on the dead human whelpling in her arms. Child, not whelpling, he thought. Humans don't like it when you call their young that. Paying further attention to the weeping woman, he realized that she was only carrying parts of what had once been her child. The woman had only been able to find a small burnt head attached to a charred half of a torso and a leg. It was a gruesome sight, one that hit Parthisax more than seeing the overall destruction and panic. As he managed to move into the shadows and a little away from the scene of horror, Parthisax noticed the noisy sounds of a riled up crowd coming from the tavern. Given the fact that the building had the only lit windows around, Parthisax figured that he would find out what had happened in the large half-timbered building. Walking in through the open door, Parthisax was met by an uncomfortably thick atmosphere of beer, stew, and sweat. This one also carried the same strangeness as the air outside, though much more intense. It's probably because almost the entire town is gathered here, he reckoned. In another attempt to hide his dragon features and avoid drawing any attention to himself, Parthisax pulled on the hood on his fur cloak. Once again, hiding those characteristics was no easy feat. The long, dark grey cloak might have done a good job at concealing his matte amber and white scales, as well as his webbed wings, but less so when it came to his tail, or the large dark claws at the end of the strong toes he walked on. It was the same case with the claws on Parthisax's four-fingered hands, but at least those were retractable, making them much less threatening. And the hood didn't do his snout any favors, nor his long grey whiskers that swayed from just below the nostrils as he walked. In the end, Parthisax decided to proceed with caution and keep to the more dim corners. As it turned out, many of Parthisax's concerns were indeed just that. No one noticed him entering the large tavern room where the townspeople normally drank and ate when they didn't engage in the occasional gathering or brawl. Well, almost no one. An old woman, also dressed in a large hooded cloak, turned to the dragon immediately as he walked in. However, instead of saying anything, she calmly kept eating what appeared to be a bit of jerky. He gestured for her to keep quiet, to which the old woman nodded in reply and turned back to the crowd. Strange, Parthisax thought, as people usually flinched or let out a little shriek when they saw him, even after all these years. There also seemed to be something peculiar about the old woman, but Parthisax couldn't quite put his claw on it. Was it something about her eyes? He didn't manage to get a good look because of the hood, but he had definitely seen her before. Parthisax turned his attention back to what he had actually come for, finding the cause of the explosion. For a human, it would have been impossible to see anything in a tight crowd of this size, but the dragon's long neck gave him a distinct height advantage in comparison. The old woman won't be able to gather much from way back here, Parthisax thought. As he peered over the mass of people that had filled the tavern to the brim, he tried to make sense of what was being said. Or yelled, rather. "Why is that thing still here?" Someone from the crowd loudly exclaimed as others chimed in their agreements. "We know it's the one that did it. The devil has probably planned this for years." "Yeah, I always knew something was wrong with that thing," another one proclaimed. "It were the eyes. They were not natural." The riled up crowd agreed once more, and the atmosphere of the tap room got a little more intense. Now, let's not jump to conclusions," an elderly male said at the town council's long table that had been built for the occasion over by the hearth. In case Parthisax couldn't recognize the temple's chapter, the bland grey robes with a hemp rope belt and the corresponding colorless long greasy beard and hair gave him away.
Hello, I'm back. And it looks like I'm back. Well, I don't know if it's right in time, but at least the first part of Danger is over. That can, of course, be listened to there on YouTube or read up there on ForgottenSongsFantasy.com. And oh, I almost spilled water there on my precious book. I just realized it's actually quite cold in my apartment. Good thing I have tea at the ready. Oh. I just need to avoid my book. Ooh. Why is there so much water dripping off that kettle or whatever it is? What do you call that? Really? Pitcher, alright. A can. A ewer. What ifs? What ifs? Let's get back to it, shall we? I think we're almost still on pace, because we have actually been doing quite well. Seems just fine. Tabitha Peter. Answered, responded, answered. Though maybe still a bit confused. Peter sent a worryingly. Peter sent a worryingly glance at Vespa. Who looked away at once. Looked away at once. I don't know about at once, but it's something we can fix later. I did manage to chow down on my pizza, so you don't have to watch me eat. Count yourself lucky there. Okay, so maybe Arwen should talk again. Hi, Chavita. Arwen. I want him to be a little bit aloof, a little bit stupid, not really able to do very much. This Arwen character. He's not necessarily going to be bad, but he's just a bit of an idiot. Didn't really... Like, you know, we all know one of those people who just rose through the ranks without being able to do anything, and they somehow just stumble up the ranks. Hashtag not bitter. And I feel like having a high chapter, a high priest of sorts, in that type of position, that could be kind of fun. Didn't really seem to notice any tension. I don't know if it's tension, but any tension in the room. And just continued. Continued with his what he came for. Continued. Maybe just continued. Good. Good, good. He said as if he didn't really hear Chapter Peter. He said as if he didn't really hear Chapter Peter. So I presume we won't need. We won't be needing any more blessed water. Won't be needing any more. That's probably one word. Any more blessed water, blessed. I don't know why I'm. I don't know why ever since I started writing, I think I started writing Danger as well, I began to say blessed instead of blessed. Like saying as it's written with very hard blessed. And I don't actually know which one is better or not. Hey, way to go, Marajan Chawala. Is that Suraj? I think I can see your or recognize your channel picture. Welcome to the chat and the stream, of course. And thank you. We're doing well. I'm on page 110. I'm doing very, very well today. Even though it sort of feels like I'm not. But good to see you. In any case. At least until next time. Until next time. Hi, Chapter Arwin winked. Hi, Chapter. Chapter. Arwin winked at Vespa. Who felt a little embarrassed? Who felt a little... That's in 2 words. A little embarrassed. Embarrassed. That's gotta be with 1 R, right? Embarrassed. No, it is with 2 R's. Interesting. Embarrassed. Even though she was no stranger. She was no stranger. She had been no stranger. Had been no stranger. She had been no stranger to injuries throughout her life. Injuries throughout her life. Short life. I'm a little bit worried. Short life sounds like she's dying, or is dead. Word. I actually think this is the line. So it's this one here. Ah, almost. So we're almost at pace, at our usual pace. That's good. This past week, had been, and of course, we need to make sure the time is correct. Time frame. The editing and post work on this book is going to be massive. I'm talking timelines, I'm talking maps, both for the keep, the temple, maybe also the dungeons and the catacombs, and a map of the valley, I guess. I need to be sure of kingdom names. I need to be sure where in the world I am, where it makes sense to be. And there's probably also some characters that need to be written and fleshed out or changed. And I need to make sure how to take on the armor for one of the chapters, chapter 4 or 5 or something. Damn. But at least we're gonna have everything written down. 0302. All the things missing. Still missing. For edit. Had been this past week, had been overwhelming with how much you got hurt. Had been a little overwhelming. Had been a little much. I say it had been overwhelming. And then say word. Oh my god, there's so many notes here. Overwhelming in regards to her. To her getting hurt. No, I think we're fine. I think that we're fine. Peter answered with a kind smile. With a kind smile towards Vesper, on the bed with his lemons still chirping away, chirping. Away on her head. Still chirping away on her. Sitting on the bed. Good. Then I think I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way again. Those midnight teachings don't do themselves, don't make themselves. After all. Yeah, well, that's another thing to add to the list. Some sort of daily ritual cycle for those at the temple, which, I mean, we're using 5 for everything. 5 pillars, other fair 5s. So why not also have 5 prayers, 5 teachings throughout the day? So it could be one in the morning, one in the afternoon, one in midday, one in the afternoon, one in the evening, and one in at midnight. That would make sense. But of course, that still needs to be done to make sense. And we want the world to feel like it makes sense. And it's intricate. Yeah. And complex and big, right? That's what we want. Mm-hmm. So now she should ask about it. Hi, Chapita. Arwen. Vespa. Blurt it out. Let's not use blurt it out again. Wrong dictionary, blurted out. Is it called blurt? Oh, it is blurted out. Blurt out. Maybe it's just said. Blab, blundered, divulged, uttered, squealed, shout. Okay, we just stick with said. Ask could also say ask. Having thought of something which had nail. Rack to brain, I guess we could say. Something you thought about. Rack. Holy no. Oh, that actually annoys me. That it nager mig, as I would say in Danish. Yeah, which she had thought. Oh my god. Since she read the inscription on Rena's tomb. Tomb down in the catacombs. Tomb down in the catacombs. Why is it called Sun of the Evening? Why is it called Sun of the Evening? I don't actually know how you do that with if the question mark should be inside all of the bunny ears. The high charioteer stopped in the doorway. The high charioteer stopped and turned around. Stopped and turned around. In the doorway. That's one word. Doorway with one hand still on it. The doorway, that is. I guess we could say turn around with one hand still on the doorway. Whatever do you mean? Pardon me? Excuse me, what? Let's just go with pardon me. And then do we need a an I don't know if it's directly an idiom, but now I'm going to write it. But just like, do we need another way of saying pardon me in a world of different religion? Pardon me, origin. It is an idiom. Pardon, papal indulgence, forgiveness of sins or wrongdoing. An old friend from Old French pardon and partner to grant to give. Oh, interesting. That's probably something we can change up, mix and match a little bit. You know what I just realized? We didn't actually I don't think we lifted the goal on the progress bar today. Whoopsie. Let's go to this, and then we go here, and that should be 355. Did we do that? No, we didn't. Gold triangle. Transform you. 55. There we go. That makes more sense. That makes totally more sense. Like, I was just looking at it, like, that's way too far ahead than we're supposed to be. 35,000, it also matches. Oh, you can. Wow, I was actually about to reach out. You can't see my, of course you can't see my screen. It matches with the 5K markers. So just a short detour. While I also up my tea. Why did it change from son of the evening? Son of the evening. The high chapter. The high chapter suddenly looked all flustered. Suddenly looked all flustered. All flustered. His chubby. His chubby face turning red for some reason. Beneath his pillar hat. His pillar hat. It's definitely something that we need to figure out how. What I think we only described his robes last time, didn't we? Description. But I thought it would be fun to have like a column. You know, a hat that is sort of like the top of a column. So this up here, which funnily enough is also the chapter, I think. Because I modeled my naming after, yes, exactly. I modeled my naming after architecture, just so you know that. Because we have the pillars and the chapter, so this is chapter. And if he had like a hat that sort of looked like that, that could be funny. And then the popes of this world, of this religion, is called the entablatures, which is also like this. What the columns are holding up in old temples. Just a little fun knowledge there. Why? What do you mean? It is called the sun of the evening. It is called a sun. He nervously chuckled. He nervously chuckled. No, Vespa argued. I mean, why did it change from sun like the twin suns in the sky? From sun like the twin suns of the sky. On the sky? On the sky. She wasn't quite sure what was so wrong about her question. Look at how close we are to finishing chapter 110. Whoop, whoop. Not chapter 110, damn. What an epic we would be writing, and how fast it would be if we had written 110 chapters already. Sadly, it is just pages. Maybe one day we'll write an epic that big. An epic that epic. 0326. 110 chapters. What? Whoa. I just hit something on my keyboard. Hopefully nothing broke. Does anyone know or recognize that reference? Or am I just such a Game of Thrones head that I thought it was very funny, the things I do for likes? I mean, come on, there's gotta be Game of Thrones fans in here somewhere. Of course, Jamie doesn't exactly say likes, but I thought it was a very funny reference. She wasn't exactly sure. Actually, that could be a fun short form video, I think. Things I do for likes. I don't know why I'm being all mysterious. I mean, it didn't exactly help with my handwriting. Wow. Terrible banner. She wasn't exactly sure why what was wrong. What seemed to be so wrong with her question. Chapter Bragi and Peter. Chapters Bragi and Peter. Also furrowed their brows. While looking at their employer. While looking at their... What the hell is a high priest? At their superior. At their tip-top prime, commanding, majestic, quality ranking high. We already have high. At the patron. At the senior, at their master, at the boss. Let's go with boss, but also chief, Hanjo, foreman, superior. It might just be superior. Party boss, manager, director, overseer. Let's just go with superior. And superior has a British spelling, right? Superior? No, does not. I don't know, I feel like there's a word when it's a religious superior. So that there's another word. Okay, so we want him to be avoidant, we want him to dodge the question and just leave. Because we're actually coming up to the end of this chapter, which I think is fine. It might already be too long, but I think it's fine that we sort of leave it. And then we're going to have one of the stranger chapters. I don't know if I want to call it stranger, but like I mentioned yesterday, I think I've settled originally. So originally these two chapters, for example, they were one chapter. So we would have chapter 9, and in chapter 9 there would be like a time skip, and we would go to the catacombs. Which I might still end up doing, but I think I'm just gonna, like, it doesn't matter in the context of writing down, it's going to be a line that we skip anyway. But I think I ended up on actually having them as different chapters. And then we would go, something happens at the keep, go into the catacombs for mentoring. Something happens at the keep and temple, go into the catacombs for mentoring. Something happened at the keep, and then we go into the... Basically, then we go into the... like, into the approach to the inmost cave. I think. Something like that. He he. He. He he. The high chapter. Yeah, Jabba continue to nervously juggle. Actually, if we go like this, dot dot dot, and then we say, then we do say with a capital T here, continued his nervous struggle. Continued his nervous struggle. As if biding for time. As if biding for time. I'm actually curious if this whole plot with the like with the Eveningsun prophecy and the paladin misunderstanding, if those are just there's a little bit shit plots, I have no idea. But now we're writing it down, so. As if biding for time. How do you? I mean, well, I mean. There's never been anything about that. Sire Brendan's title. Our champions. No, that was not enough space. Champions title has always been a son. Why would it ever have been anything else? Like those in the sky, like those in the sky, blessing us with the light of day. our champion is a sun, and so the high chapter kept floundering. Floundering, that's a word, right? Floundering. Yeah. Much to the not surprise, but like they've been like, what's going on? What the hell? What the hell? What? What? Much to the... There's still water in my ear. No, it just moved. I've had this for all of NaNoWriMo, I think. I'm not surprised, but... Astonishment. Much to the wonder. Bewilderment, that's a good word. Let's go with that. Much to the bewilderment of the four others. Others in the room. Including Lemon, who had also stopped his talk. Who had also stopped his talking. To watch. Hey, there it was. The page 110 110 110 111. Oh yes. I love how when I manage to fail writing a simple number. Maybe you should just actually just end there to watch. Oh, look at that! We're soon at day 24, the day 24 marker. Whoop, whoop. Hey. It has always been like that. for as long as I've been. For as long as I've been the High Chapter. It's an H. The High Chapter here at Black Rivers Keep at Black Rivers Keep. He ended at last. And without inviting whoa! Without inviting further questions, without inviting further questions. The High Chapter added. Now, if you will please have me excused, will please have me excused. The midnight teachings. Oh my god, it was terrible. The midnight teachings awaits. And then he left. He left without waiting for any. Well, we already wrote any up here. No, we didn't. We wrote inviting further questions. Haha! Without waiting for any response. Not even from his chat, not even from his. Oh, hello. Hello, Dave 24. Chapters. That was odd. That was dot dot dot. Chavita Bragi. Spent a few moments. Sarah Norval. Yes, day 24 marker. That is indeed awesome. We are 3 days ahead. Whoop whoop. 3 days ahead of schedule, which is great. Because I know, like I keep saying, I know that there are days towards the end that I will probably not be able to write a lot. I was planning on, I think I talked about it yesterday, but I was planning on actually not live streaming or writing anything on the very last day, Sunday the 30th, because I'm away for Saturday. But then I thought it's kind of lame having gone through this entire challenge, this entire month, almost streaming every day and loving it, and then miss the final day. So I definitely think I am going to stream and write on the Sunday. So we're actually much more ahead, I think, than I need to be. But I'm still going to keep on going. But thank you so much for your support. It means the world. And not just this world, real life world as well. That was Territory spent a few moments to find the right word. Hard. It was very odd. Indeed, very, very odd. I can only agree. Peter agreed. Concurred. Consorted. Yeah. Confirmed, I guess. The only time he gets anywhere near as flustered, anywhere near, near as flustered is when you ask for additional, additional blessed water. That you didn't account for. account 4. But this was that was something else. Jabita Bragi turned to Vespa. Jabita Bragi turned to Vespa. What did you mean? Did you mean when you said that the title was changed? That's Sire Brendan's title. Sire Brendan. Title was changed. Well, you know, something. Just to show, I think we're on pace actually. So that's that line there. Yes, we are indeed on pace for today as well. Good. Yay. Good yay. I was about to say good job, but I thought that was a little... No, you know what? Good job me. We don't care if we're being self-indulgent. I'm proud of what I'm doing. So what does Vespa say here? I totally lost my train of thought, as we usually do. So what does she say? I just read that it was It was sun of the evening. Like the twin suns in the sky. Twin suns. And not a sun. I don't know if this is like we keep too much. Too much again? Like, are we repeating? Vesper explained. I actually think I also wanted him to say something like call Vesper a puppet again. Call Vesper puppet. You know, which he hates. Still unsure of what she had done. What was the page that this started? It was on page, okay, so it's 10 pages long. It's page 101, and we are on page 111. So it's 10 pages long, this chapter right now. It's not, I mean, it's not long, but some of it, well, I'm looking in this book, it's in the other book, but some of the more actiony chapters is just way shorter, and I don't know how I feel about it. And where might that have been? Question mark. Bragi prodded. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Prodded. I don't recall it in any of the books here, in any of our books, neither those I've copied, neither those I've made, I've copied, nor what was here before me. Here before before me. I read it down. Vespa. Suddenly. Sorry, just chuckling because I thought Lemon should be like pecking her to try to stop her. Realized what she was about to say. If Lemon hadn't pegged her to stop, hadn't pegged at her scalp, somewhere. She ended hoping that the two chapters bought it and let it go. They didn't. Mm-hmm. So of course Vespa wasn't supposed to go down there. There was the big sign that said cave in, and I think Affair also told her to not venture down there again. Didn't. So what does he ask of her? Somewhere down where? Cherry tap. Bragi. Lean onto his knees with his elbow. Lean onto his knee with his elbow. Peter did the same. So here we can also reveal, I guess, sort of reveal that at least Bragi and Peter don't know about the catacombs. Which Vesper's going to find very strange, because of course Afaya has been there twice. But you know, she is a high-ranking officer of the Paladin Order. High-ranking knight of the Paladin Order, so, you know, whatever. But yeah, we probably want her to say somewhere. Vesper couldn't figure out a lie. Figure out a believable lie. But she also didn't want to reveal where. She also didn't want to reveal where she had been. Given how Afaya had told her not to go down into the catacombs, told her not to. We should, of course, like, she's going to tell, and then we should lampshade, because Peter was the one giving her advice on what to do, right? When she was down there. What she should bring, and ropes, and flint and tinder, and so on. Flint and steel. Flint and tinder. So we should probably lampshade that with him asking, like, oh, so that was what you were asking for. It was that, but yeah, something like that, right? Do. To not go down into the catacombs. I guess Peter should say something. You're not a very good liar. Not anywhere dangerous, I hope. Not anywhere dangerous, I hope. Peter said. Let's go with jammed in. That's a question mark. Looking worried. It's on a tomb down in the catacombs. Vespa blurted out, like she tended to do. Vespa just blurted out. Blurted out. Even though she didn't actually mean to. Even though she didn't actually mean to. Please don't tell a fire. Please don't tell a fire. When she gets back. I'm not supposed to go down there. I'm not supposed to go down there. Down there again. Hey, we're close to the end of page 111. 111. Catacombs. Froggy seemed quite surprised. Catacombs. Peter even more so. Especially since he was the chapter who saw to the graveyard. The chapter who sold in the graveyard. It's okay that I'm just sitting here thinking because I am ahead of my pace, so it's all good. Though I guess it would be nice to actually reach 2,000 words again. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but today we are going to get past 40,000 words. Just saying. Just saying. That's for damn sure. And that is very, very cool, I think. Vesper was confused. Did they not know about? Did they not know? Did they not know about? And the catacombs? She had been careful not to tell Jabba Peter. When she sought advice, I don't know if that's too academic, when she sought advice. Too much. Too much. Before venturing down there. Venturing down there. But that was mostly to avoid her older sister finding out about it. Her older sister finding out about it. Yes. So what would she say? It was where I fell down and got very hurt. She confessed. She told. And where I also found lemon. Hey, that was page 111. 112 coming up, and so is the 5th page of today. 112. Man, that is some terrible numbering. But it is what it is. You cannot. No one is going to put me down, get me down, when I am 111 pages into my fantasy story. Woo! I also found lemon. Let's just have chapter Peter simply lampshaded. Oh, so that's weird. Is that why you were asking about what one would need? What one would need on an adventure into caves. Chariots of Peter asked. I thought that was just for a game. I thought that was just for a game. Question mark. There's a terrible question mark. That's also a terrible question mark. There we go. Yells. Mm. Vespa nodded. Vespa simply nodded. Without a word. Without a word. Hey, Miriam, Felix is here. Hey, how are we all doing today? I'm doing quite well. Like yesterday, I'm ahead of pace today. Because like page 5 written today is gonna end like at this line, somewhere around here. And we're like 4.5 hours into the live stream. So I'm very much ahead of pace, even though I feel like I've struggled more than yesterday. That's weird. Just like mentally, I don't feel like I've written that well. But it has going really, really well actually when you look at it. How about you? How's your Friday going? I hope it's going great. Also, it's good to have you here. I didn't know we had catacombs. I didn't know we had catacombs. Japita Bragi said and looked at Peter. And looked at Peter. Miri says, I have spent my morning playing DJ 5. And well, my story not so much. Well, you know. You need to, just need to relax sometime. And you'll get into the groove at some point. I think the most important thing is trying to sit down every day and just do something. Like we discussed yesterday. Even if you're stuck, just trying to write something. You know what I found that can also help? And I know Brandon Sanderson has talked about this as well. Work on 2 or 3 stories at once. Sure, one of them is going to be your main story. And that one is going to take longer. But sometimes it can actually free up some creative headspace to just put the main thing you're working on aside and work on something else, something a little different. And it doesn't even have to be the story itself, but you could begin on the background lore or religions or languages or something. Or just planning out stories. So that's an advice. He talked about it. I haven't read any of Brandon Sanderson's work. I really need to, but I haven't yet. But I know he talked about it in the sense of his I was gonna say recently successful Kickstarter campaign, but I think it's a couple of years old by now. Where he had like a Kickstarter campaign that he self-published through with funding from Kickstarter, and he ended up getting like $18 million in pledges or something. It's wild. But he was under contract to write a trilogy. I don't know. I think it maybe have been in the Mistborn universe, and he did that during COVID. But then he also, on the side, wrote 4 more books by himself without the publisher. And that was the one he kickstarted. So like he wrote, during COVID, he wrote 7 books or something. That was actually really fun. But he did say that it was a really, really nice freedom to have. Of course, he's a successful writer and all that, but it was a really nice freedom to have. To just, when he felt stuck in his main trilogy that he was contractually obligated to write, he wanted to write, I guess, to just take a break and go write on another story. And then suddenly, during those stories, during that writing of those stories, he would get the ideas flowing for how to progress in the main trilogy. So that's something you can try if you're up for it. And I actually tried that myself. I do have a couple of stories going next to this that I'm not writing during NaNoWriMo, of course, because everything is focused on this story, but it does work. It is nice to sit down and write something else. Phoenix says, I decided to think of a new plot for my story, and I've been trying to rework the timeline. Ooh, yeah, that's some heavy lifting. I've tried doing a little timeline work just for... Sorry, I'm just going to write this down as a potential highlight. For my book here, and just trying to fit everything into a timeline, and my other stories as well, my short stories and 1-minute stories. It's a nightmare. I have a very, very broad strokes, but like... So yeah, I can only imagine if you're going to rework, if you decided to rewrite the plot, or think up a new plot and then trying to rework the timeline. Whew, that is a task and a half. Multiple projects, Cross Brandon Sanderson. And looked at Peter. Neither have I. Neither did I. Neither did I. That looks like a little face. It's supposed to be 3 dots, but now it turned into a... And neither did I. Where did you say they were? These catacombs were. Peter asked Vespa. We just said Vespa. Ending a sentence with Vespa and then started a sentence with Vespa. That doesn't seem like a good Vespa sentence, like a Vespa way of doing things. Phoenix says, the new plot piece fits my character so well, and it changes the scene in the book that I was struggling with for months. Okay, so that's good. I mean, unless you're still struggling with that particular scene. But it does sound like it's something like, you know, you sort of cracked the code to progress at least. So that's very nice. So I don't know, but you said that your story was not so well. I think that sounds pretty nice. That sounds pretty good. If you found a key to opening it all, and that you think fits very well with your character. So that's good. That's good. You should be excited for that, even though it is a pretty big nut to crack. I was about to say, I don't know if that's an expression in English actually, with the whole rewriting the plot and rewriting the plot and the timeline. I think you should be very excited. Vesper and Vesper. Vesper was still wary about getting into trouble. We could have put that up there, ask Vesper who was still wary about getting into trouble. It's down below the dungeons. She admitted. Oops, that's an H. Well, if it didn't turn, oh my god, if it didn't turn into our very own new letter, E. She admitted. Below. There's a cave-in sign. By the very end. That leads, if that's the right word. Phoenix says, it is the moment when my main character learns they are the villain. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that reminds me of Braid. I don't know if you've ever played that. And it is a bit of a weird... I'm not saying that your story will be weird, but Braid is a bit of a weird story, but the story that he showed, the creator of Braid, was actually very cool, and then he was all like, oh, but it's actually about something else, and people were like, what? Oh, the moment when my main character learns that the villain... I can see how that's a difficult problem to crack, because you suddenly have to... Now, I don't know, of course, what your story is about, if you're going with multiple universes, or if it's a doppelganger, or somehow something, whatever. Timelines. But just the whole, because you're setting your character up to be the hero. When it's the main character, you're always going to think they're the hero. And then suddenly they're the villain. It's a difficult one. But it's a very cool idea. In Braid, if I may be so bold as to spoil Braid. You are a little dude chasing his lost princess who's been kidnapped, and you have to get her back. And then towards the very end, the last level replays backwards, and it's shown that you were actually the villain who were chasing her. She was trying to get away from you. And then you had a whole thing about, it was about the nuclear Manhattan Project and whatever. It didn't make much sense, I think. But it was such a cool idea, actually. It was such an oh shit moment. Okay, they become the hero through the series. Okay, nice. But you know, it's not like you can't have bad people, bad guys, as like the main characters. Breaking Bad, for example, is another example. The main character being a real ass with zero redeeming qualities, almost. I'm probably gonna get pounded on for that comment, but you know, it is what it is. I thought he was the bad guy, at least one of the villains of the show. I think it's a very, very cool idea, though. But I can sort of, yeah, I can see now why it's so difficult, why I feel stuck. 0, 4, 47. Hero equals villain plus Braid. So I'm definitely looking forward to hearing more about that, Phoenix. I could chat forever about my plot whip I've made. I know my girlfriend is sick of hearing it. Oh, that's kind of cute, though. I think you should keep chatting about it and chatting about it forever. Maybe you can dump some of that chat on us here to relieve your girlfriend a little bit from it. You are most welcome if you want to. That leads down a staircase. Downstairs. And then you have to drop down some broken stairs. Drop down some broken stairs. Whoops. Broken stairs 2. And it's these 2 small rooms, these 2 rooms. 2 rooms with... That sounds dangerous. That does sound dangerous. Peter. Interrupted. Phoenix says she's real mad I'm a killer fairy character. Well, that's just mean too. That's like George R. R. Martin level of mean. Sorry, of mean. But it's a very good, like... I remember watching Game of Thrones the first time when, spoiler alert, when Ned was killed. And I just remember I kept thinking, okay, someone is going to come in, shoot an arrow, kill Ill in Pain, the executioner, like, and even as the executioner, Ill in Pain, even as he was like swinging the sword down, I was like, okay, now the arrow is going to come and it's going to hit the sword, and then because Ned can't die, and then it was just thunk, and his head fell off, and I was just, what the actual fuck? Oh, okay, I planned for him to die before she knew much about the character. Yeah, okay, I didn't think that you were going like, okay, who do you like the most? That would be real mean. That would actually be real mean. If you went like, so, babe, who do you like the most? And she's gonna point to that character. And then you're just like, okay, and kill them off. That would have been real mean, though. Wow, suddenly so many good highlights. Potential highlight videos. 0, 4, 52. End of Game of Thrones Season 1. Not when you have all the things you told. Vespa argued. With Lemon trying to back her up. Are we going to end this? Are we going to end this page? Whoa, 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 we lost this. Oh, no, no! Where did we start? Oh no! I lost where we started. And of course not the Illumin. There was here, I think. Yeah, it was here. It was this line here because you can even see the word. This one was written yesterday. This part was written today. Okay, I don't remember. Never mind. Phoenix says, actually, when I told her about it, I was like, so who is your favorite main character? She said them, and I was like, oh, well, he dies. She raged, begged me not to kill him. You know, it's, well, too bad. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do to for the art, right? That's the thing. And it sucks sometimes, but that's the best story. You know how to write your best story. I also have some twists planned, I think, for book 2 or 3 that I'm like, oh, do I actually want to do this? But I think it adds so much to the drama that I sort of have to do with this. Guy gotta die. His name even rhymes. What is they say in the Lego movie? They have that prophecy, and then it's like it rhymes, so it must be true or something. Yeah. That was someone in our little audience, our little community. I haven't actually seen them in a long time, but they were here like the first week, a little over the first week of NaNoWriMo, and they were a great company. They were named Kai. Too bad they're not here right now. That would be quite funny. Actually, I don't think they were here. They're here. I'm also just a thought I just had. I'm very happy with my that Lemon here, for example, Lemon trying to back her up. I'm sort of writing Lemon as this, you know, as a little bit more maybe than a normal bird, normal budgie. Like she understands things a bit like the horses in animated movies, you know, from Entangled, or from The Road to El Dorado. Horses in those movies, and I think more movies as well, were always like, they always had this really funny persona. Kai is over there lurking, putting my name in his death note. Uh-oh. Oh shit, that ain't good. Well, you can put his name. I guess you already have put Kai's name in your death note, which is your story. Trying to back her up. What was in the rooms? Chapita Bragi. No. Chapita Bragi. Oh shit. I'm gonna have that melody on my head over the rest of the day, rest of the night. Ask now leaning in with both his elbows on his knees. Oh wait, maybe that's why he isn't here. For YouTube, this is a fully joke. Of course, it's a fully joke. You know, that would be a pretty advanced AI community warner if they could pick a context from what you're saying, like not the context, but like if they would gather what you said and think you're threatening someone. That would be a crazy AI. Just an ability to potentially do that. I don't think that's possible. But I guess better safe than sorry. You totally do not have a death note. Oh no, my water just moved. The water in my ear. Oh, it's annoying. So annoying. Ah. Hey, we're in 5 hours in now. I guess we have spent the last half hour talking a lot. So let's just try and finish this page maybe, and then we'll end the stream there, I think. Us writers' Google searches would be in deep water, just saying, Oh, 100% agree with you there. I have searched for things where I was like, I better put on at least incognito mode for this. Because it's weird. Like, why is this water in my ear all month? Get it out! One room just have a weird table. I'm gonna spend the next hour trying to write this chapter. Nice. Log in. Yes, log in, Phoenix. I believe in you. Let's go. Vespa explain. But the other have these tombs with statues on them. She thought about how much to say. She thought about how much to tell the two, and decided she better not tell them about Renaith. Decided that she would be better off not telling them about Renaith. One of the tombs have a little statue on it, have a little... Okay, it's gonna sound a bit weird to have like, better not tell them about Renaith and then describing his tomb, but he's not going to tell him about the spirit, right? Have a little statue on it. With these black crystals. And these black crystals and these black crystals. And that was the one with an inscription that said, "Son of the evening, with a U." and it also had some strange letters, and it also had some strange letters. That I couldn't read. We're not too far away from the end of page 112. So I think I want to write that all the way to the end, and then we'll stop at the beginning of the next page. We'll stop for today. That's Bragi leaned back with his one hand on his chin. And you are sure that you're not making this up. Vesper could feel her heart sink. Heart sink at the prospect of more adults who did not believe her. Who did not believe her. I know what I saw. She exclaimed. With some annoyance. Again, Lemon backed her up. Again. Lemon backed her up. With a bestemt firmly with a steadfast. Let's just use steadfast. That's pretty good. With a, oh, you can see that. With a steadfast. With a steadfast whistle from atop her crimson locks. Crimson blocks. Yoink. My mistake. The chapter. Apologized. To some surprise for Vespa. To some surprise for Vespa. Do. Maybe we should check out these catacombs. Ourselves. Peter added. You do that. I think I'll look through some old tomes. On this place's history, on this place's history first. Bragi, well, hello. What's up, you wankers? I hope your day is going nice. So, YouTube El Cuero, is that you? Because it looks like your profile picture, but YouTube says @coconut 903. YouTube has been weird with names today, I feel like. And yesterday as well. I hope your day is going well as well. I hope your writing is going really good. Hopefully even better than it was a couple of days ago. As far as I'm aware, yes, it's me. Okay, great. Oh, but it's going really well. I am just about to finish the stream though, but it is good to have you here. It's the new name format. So is it just because now it's saying the at instead of the name YouTube. Okay, you had a rough day. I'll write tomorrow. Yeah. What? I mean, you were already doing so well. Just take care of yourself, man. That's the most important thing. Yeah, it's using usernames now. Oh, okay. I didn't notice that at all. But yeah, I can see it. It didn't yesterday though. Well, it did for some. It did for you, Phoenix. Miri, the Phoenix. But others were still showing their names. I don't know. I don't know what YouTube is doing. Bragi. Do we have a different word for argued? Argued. Debated. Argue. Reason could also be. Let's go with reason. Why not? Reasoned. Those dungeons gives me the chills. Every time we've had to go in there. We've had to go down there. So I can only imagine what it must be like further down. What it must be like further down. But if I can't find anything, if I can't find anything, in my books, then I guess we must, then I guess that we better have to. We have to venture there. All right. Then I shall ask around first, then. Ask around first. If anyone knows of the place, knows of the, and that was page 112 right there, and 113 is the next. It looks like El Cuervo is asking Phoenix if she's doing the novel November 2. Are you, Miri? No, anyone knows the... No, so these. Nose of these. These catacombs. Catacombs. Did you say that Aphaya say, oh no, just working on a failed nano of 2021. Don't look at it as failed, please. I know it's not done and that you didn't do the 50,000 words. But please just be happy that you got started and you have something cool that you want to work on and that you want to see through and see done, and that your girlfriend clearly really likes if she likes some of the characters. Just throwing that out there as a way to end the stream, because boom, that was the last line we are writing today. And you know what? It's kind of fun to end on the actual first line of a page. I don't think we've done that before. So let's have a count, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, 5 and something. So I guess it's these lines here that are the fifth, the fifth plus. Wow. So let's count. The master sort of counting is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 5 pages and 27 lines. Aquarius says, well, see you tomorrow, perhaps on Sunday. Well, you are most welcome both days. I will be streaming both days, just so you are aware of it. This weekend is all about the streaming, well, from 5 p.m. Central European time. And I forgot what I counted to now. Very well done, me. Was it 27? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. It was 27. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Miri the Phoenix. It was indeed 27. So we go in here. It wasn't as much as yesterday. That was 30 lines. But I do think it is actually still 2,000 words. Yeah, was really unsure if I would have done that. You end around 5 p.m. my time. Yeah. Yeah, it is a little bit, you know. That's the fun of time zones. I'm just amazed that you guys from the US, or those time zones at least, are interested and drop by. It's wonderful, I must say. I even have a couple of dudes from India that are on the other side of the time zone spectrum. But will you look at that? 40,745 words, at least approximately, because we are averaging here. But we're over 40,000 words now. Yes. Yes. There we go. No. Okay. I was too excited there. A little bit too excited. I have to go into the studio mode, and then you can see that I'm changing the frame. So day 21. The progress is now 40,745 745. If we keep this up, we're going to end with 50,000 in like 4 or 5 days. Isn't that crazy? I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. And of course, after the 50,000, I'll continue. Definitely for the rest of November, but I'll also continue after November. Probably not every day, but we'll see at that point. So the progress bar, of course. Just remove the jewel for a moment. The progress bar, as you can see, its position needs to be at 265 pixels down from the top. And so if we get the jewel back, that one's is 228. And that should work wonders. And we just go like this and like this. I'm actually gonna go here and have that there. And that was it for today. Great Friday, I must say. I'm very happy. I didn't think we would do 2,000 words today either, but we did, and it was amazing. And I want to thank you guys for watching me. Thank you guys for following me, and I want to thank you guys for being in the chat. It's amazing, as always. I'll catch you tomorrow. Well, you are most welcome. I hope you do, Phoenix. Same time. Yeah. If you liked this live stream, or if you're watching the VOD and liked it, please remember to show on YouTube by liking it there, and maybe even subscribing to me if you haven't already. And if you want to follow along this progress of this fantasy story, I think it's going great. I think it's fun. I can't wait to chat more with you sometime on storylines. Oh yes, I would love to do so as well. You should hopefully another subscriber that just tuned in a couple of days ago, Cody the writer, who also has an authortube channel. I just learned that that's what they're called. He also loves talking storylines, so we should get you guys and me together sometimes and chat. And maybe El Cuervo as well, that would be amazing. Or Sarah Norwell, also in the chat of course. Kai somewhere. That could be so fun. You know what, that Discord channel does look more and more interesting. Right, and with those words, I just want to say thank you guys for watching. Remember, we write our own stories, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Podcast could be real fun. I've never done that actually, but yeah, cool. Bye. Bye for reals.